seats. I request all the faculty members, please fill the front rows. Request to the faculty members, Srivastav sir, Manish Sharma sir, please fill the front rows. All the students and volunteers, please take your respective seat quickly. Settle down. I request all the faculty members and the students and the delegates, please switch off your mobile phone. I request Dr. Noor sir and Wajid sir, please come on the front rows. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, let us honor the memory of our esteemed former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. In his passing, let us observe 2 minutes of silence to pay our respect. So I request everyone to please rise. You may now take your respective seats. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and passionate innovators. With the blessings of our visionary leader, Professor Kamal Ghansala sir, Honorable President of Graphicera Group of Institution, it is our great privilege to welcome you all to the 4th IEEE International Conference on Innovative, Sustainable Computational Technologies. organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Graphicera deemed to be university, where we have gathered to explore the latest advancement and future trends in field of computational technologies, focusing on the essential integration of sustainability to create a more efficient, equitable, and environmentally responsible future. This conference brings together some of the brightest mind and thought leaders who have made significant contributions in their respective fields. We are delighted to introduce and welcome our distinguished dignitaries, Dr. Narpinder Sir, Vice Chancellor, Graphicera, deemed to be university, Dr. Santosh S. Saraf Sir, Dean Academics, Graphicera, deemed to be university, Dr. Bhaskar Pant Sir, Director Research, Graphicera, deemed to be university, Dr. Devesh Pratap Singh Sir, Head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Graphicera, deemed to be university, Dr. Arun Chauhan, Professor, DRC Chair, Department of Computer Science, Graphicera, deemed to be university. So let us have a huge round of applause for our dignitaries. Please join us in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed lineup of keynote speakers for this conference, who will share their valuable insights. We have with us Professor Dr. Girish Gupta, Professor of Neonatology and Pediatric, and also he is a Medical Superintendent, Graphicera Institute of Medical Science. A heartfelt welcome to other keynote speakers who are joining with us virtually. Dr. Varun Kakkar, Joint Secretary, IEEE UP Section. Dr. Sandeep Kumar Garg, Professor, CSE Department, IIT Roorkee. Dr. Bogdan, Ghita, Associate Professor, University of Plymouth, UK. Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐿 Kulagudi, Professor, CSE Department, NIT Karnataka. Dr. Krishna Kumar, Project Lead, Department of Water Resource Engineering, Lund University, Sweden. And Dr. Satish Kumar Singh, Associate Professor, IIIT Allahabad. So let us welcome all of them with a round of applause. I would now like to hand it over to my co-MC, Dr. Mansi Sharma, to take the proceeding further. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this conference, which is designed to foster meaningful dialogue and share groundbreaking research and spark collaboration solutions that balance technological advancement with environmental stewardship. Over the course of 2 days, we will hear from leading minds, exchange ideas in stimulating decision, and perhaps lay the foundation for partnership that can redefine what's possible. We encourage each one of you to engage fully, challenge the assumptions, and contribute on how we can harness computational power to build a sustainable future. As we embark on an enlightening journey of knowledge and discovery at this international conference, we now invite our esteemed guests to kindly come forward and light the lamp. I kindly request our conveners to kindly join us on stage. Thank you, everyone. I would now request our Head of the Department, Computer Science Engineering, Dr. Devesh Pratap Singh, sir, to kindly felicitate Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Narpinder Singh. Thank you, sir. Requesting DRC Chair Dr. Arun Chauhan, sir, to kindly felicitate Dean Academics, sir, Dr. Santosh S. Saraf. May I request our convener, Dr. Neelam Singh ma'am, to please felicitate Director Research, Dr. Bhaskar Pant, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I request Dr. Amit Kumar to kindly felicitate Head of the Department CAC, Dr. Devesh Pratap Singh, sir. May I request Dr. A. Shukla sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Girish Gupta sir. Sir, please join us on stage. May I request Convener Dr. Parul Madan ma'am to please felicitate DRC Chair Dr. Arun Chauhan sir. Requesting Dr. Varsha Mittal ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. K.C. Mishra sir from IEEE UP section observer. Sir, kindly join us on stage. Thank you for accepting our felicitation. It is our privilege to honor you, and we truly appreciate your presence here today. It is now time to unveil our conference souvenir that reflects the spirit of collaboration, learning, and innovation. Requesting our esteemed guests and dignitaries on the dais to do the honors. Our conveners, kindly join us on stage. Thank you everyone for unveiling the souvenir. We kindly request our VC Sir, Dr. Narpinder Singh, to officially open the conference.
Hello.
Conference is open.
Thank you, sir, for doing the honor. It is with great pleasure that we welcome our conveners of this conference who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life, ensuring a seamless platform for the exchange of idea and innovation. Dr. Neelam Singh ma'am has been in academia for 13 years. She holds PhD in Knowledge Discovery, Big Data. She has more than 30 publications, 4 published patents, and 1 authored book. Please join your hand in welcoming Dr. Neelam Singh ma'am.
Good morning to all esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected guests, distinguished speakers, and participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Innovative Sustainable Computational Technologies, CISCT 2024, hosted by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Graphicera deemed to be University, Dehradun. I would like to pay my sincere thanks to our visionary leader, Honorable President Sir, Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐬𝐧𝐚𝐿, President, Graphicera Group of Institution, for his guidance and encouragement in making this conference a reality. I would also like to acknowledge the guidance and support provided by our respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Narpinder Singh, and Pro-Chancellor Sir, Dr. Rakesh Sharma. My sincere acknowledgement to Dr. Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐿, Dean Computing, and Dr. Santosh S. Saraf, Dean Academics. I also like to pay my sincere gratitude to our Head of Department, Dr. Devesh Pratap Singh, for their unwavering guidance and support. This conference would not have been possible without the invaluable support of our sponsors, and I like to extend my deepest gratitude to IEEE UP section for their support, Science and Engineering Research Board SERB, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research CSIR, Uttarakhand State Council for Science and Technology 𝐂𝐸𝐴𝐧𝐿. Their generous contribution have empowered us to create an enriching experience for all participants. I also wish to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our organizing team, faculty members, student volunteers who have worked diligently to bring this event to realization. CISCT 2024 aspires to not only advance research and development, but also to emphasize the importance of sustainability in computational technologies. By merging innovation with responsibility, we aim to contribute meaningfully to a more sustainable and equitable future. This conference is honored to host a distinguished lineup of speakers, including globally renowned experts such as Dr. Bogdan Ghita from School of Engineering, Computing and Mathematics, University of Plymouth, UK, Dr. Krishna Kumar from Department of Water Resource Engineering and Center for Advanced Medical Eastern Studies, Lund University, Sweden. They will be giving us insight on emerging trends and groundbreaking innovations in sustainable technologies. Additionally, we are privileged to welcome Dr. Girish Gupta, Medical Superintendent, Graphicera Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. Satish K. Singh, immediate past Chair IEEE UP Section, Dr. Varun Kakkar, Joint Secretary IEEE UP Section, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Garg from IIT Roorkee, and Dr. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴𝐧𝐿 from NIT Karnataka as our keynote speaker. Their presence will add immense value to this event. Now I would like to call my fellow convener, Dr. Parul Madan, who is an associate professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering with an experience of more than 14 years. She has numerous research papers in her academic excellence. So I'd like to ask Dr. Parul to tell us about the key highlights of the conference and the technical details of the conference. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to all esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, respected guests, distinguished speakers and participants. The theme of CISCT 2024, Innovative Sustainable Computational Technologies, reflects our collective responsibility to address global challenges through technological innovations. As we stand at the crossroads of rapid technological advancements and pressing environment concerns, this conference serves as a vital platform to foster interdisciplinary collaboration and exchange of ideas. This year, the conference is being conducted in the hybrid mode, allowing participants to join us either in person at the Graphic Era Institute of Medical Sciences, Dehradun, or virtually from the comfort of their locations. This flexibility reflects our commitment to the inclusivity and global collaborations, ensuring that participants worldwide can engage meaningfully. Over the next 2 days, we'll witness keynote speeches from globally renowned experts who will share their insights into emerging trends and groundbreaking innovations. Technical paper presentations showcasing pioneer research in areas like artificial intelligence, in sustainable computing, IoT, and green technologies. I encourage all the participants to engage actively, ask questions, and share perspectives. These interactions are the heart of such conferences and often lead to valuable connections and innovative solutions. CISCT 2024 has received an overwhelming response from the global research community, with more than 600 papers submitted across the diverse research thematic areas. These submissions can span cut-edge topics such as artificial intelligence and machine learning for sustainable development, green computing and energy-efficient systems, cloud and edge computing for smart cities, cybersecurity in emerging technologies, IoT application sustainability, and much more. These papers were submitted by the researchers from across the globe like USA, Philippines, Pakistan, and many more other countries, making CISCT 2024 a truly global platform. Each submission underwent a rigorous peer review process, ensuring the highest standards of academic and technical excellence. A distinguished panel of reviewers comprising subject matter experts evaluated the paper based on originality, technical depth, relevance to the conference themes, and practical applicability. After this elaborative, careful examination by our track chairs and peer review process, 221 papers were accepted, out of which 105 authors registered to present their work in offline or online mode. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude once again to the participants for joining us here today. Your presence and contributions are what makes the conference a beacon of progress and collaboration. Let us use this opportunity to share knowledge, inspire one another, and pave the way for future where innovation and sustainability go hand in hand. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and enjoyable conference experience. Thank you and welcome to CISCT 2024.
Thank you, Dr. Parul and Dr. Neelam, for those insights. Good morning, one and all. It's now time to call upon Dr. Narpinder Singh, sir, who holds a doctorate in food technology. Over the course of 28 years, he served in various administrative and academic positions and has made immense contributions in the research area. In acknowledgement of his outstanding leadership and dedication to higher education, Dr. Singh assumed the role of Vice Chancellor at Graphic Era deemed to be University, Dehradun, in the year 2023. Sir, I request you to kindly grace the stage with your thoughts and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Deans, directors, head of the department, faculty members, delegates, IEEE representatives, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Innovative Sustainable Computational Technologies. This gathering clearly indicates that this event is going to be landmark in the field of sustainable computational technological implications, developments, and exemplifies the spirit of interdisciplinary collaboration and pursuit of innovation solutions for one of the humanity's most pressing challenges of sustainable development. When we talk about sustainable development, right, it is very important, particularly to our nation, because when we talk about change in climate, and it is going to have a greater impact on our country. You know, because we have 1,400 million people at present, and it is expected to be 1,750 million people. Why I'm saying so? Because this little climate change means a temperature which is people are expecting to be higher in the coming years is going to impact our agriculture. So naturally, we must find the sustainable solutions in order to overcome that. Because if you talk about the developed countries like in America, they have under 350 million people and huge land. A little decrease in the productivity because of climate change is not going to impact all those countries. Like if people are talking that the climate change is going to impact 6 to 30% of the reduction in the crops productivity. And if the productivity reduced to 30%, it means if we grow 120 million tons of, the rice, 30% is a huge, reduction. And how we are going to feed our increasing population. So this conference is going to find some sustainable solutions. I have given you one example. Then people have started about, because when the population will increase, you need to have the sustainable cities, right? You have to control your transportation system. You need to have the vertical farming. You need to have provide the infrastructure to our population. Again, we have to find the sustainable solutions. Like people have already been talking about the environment management, right? You need to manage, the environment, and machine learning algorithms, they are being developed to analyze the data sets from satellite imagery to monitor deforestation, track the wildlife population, or the models to spread of the wildfires, right? People are developing that. I just give you some of the examples which have been carried out by our students, right? There was a great issue of providing oxygen when the patients are transported from one place to another. And it has happened because of the collaboration, you can say. Some of our colleagues and Dr. Tyagi mentioned that there is a great issue that how we can provide, the oxygen during transporting the patient from one place to another. Now there is an issue that how to provide the oxygen. You need to have a material scientist, because you need to understand that how the air from the atmosphere can be purified. So you need to have some material, some columns through which you will be removing the nitrogen and increasing the concentration of oxygen. Then you need to have somebody who knows about the sensors, right? Because when you push the material, push the air through the column, because nitrogen will be absorbed and oxygen will be passed through that, right? So you need to have the sensors in order to measure the concentration of nitrogen and oxygen. Then of course clean energy, right? We need to reduce, we need to monitor the pumping or how to pump the air, right? And clean energy is required. It means you need to have the knowledge of solar system. So this innovation, this patent is being filed by our students. Then there was another issue that which discussed the Dr. Tyagi with us, that in lungs they are removing the water, right? There is a disease, I don't remember that disease. You have to remove the water from that lungs, right? They were using the syringe. Again, our students, they have, done a very good work. They have put the sensor, ultrasound. You can see how much water is there, how much water is to be pumped out instead of syringe. Small pump can be fitted. Some sensors could be there to monitor that. That device is also being developed by our students, right? So there is a lot of, computational technologies are being developed by our students, and this is all happening by the collaboration, right? So in energy sector, again, the innovative computational techniques are required to be developed for smart grids and optimize energy distribution. You have to see how much energy is being stored and how much energy is being provided. This system is also required in our country. And then agriculture, we are doing a lot of precision farming is required in order to monitor the growth of the plants, and in order to understand the degradation of these soils, nutrient left in that soils, and to monitor the irrigation system, right? Last week I was in Indian Chemical Society function, and I was delivering a talk on how this climate is going to impact the productivity of wheat and rice. At present, I tell you, in our country, we have not decided what should be the plantation date of our crops, because every year the date of transplanting has to be monitored, keeping in view the expected temperature. Why? I just give you one example, that at the time of flowering, when we grow wheat or rice, about 80-90 days after that, the flowering or the grain synthesis start. The temperature at the time should be low. And if you transplant your, whether it is wheat or rice, at a date when you have the minimum temperature at the great maturing stage, you have the better quality, better productivity of rice. And this has to be decided, agriculture scientists, what should be the transplantation date of wheat, what should be the transplantation date of this rice, when you have the better conditions. So this is to be carried out by our, Second, we are also developing some healthcare system. Our students are involved in that. Like each patient, when doctors go to the patients, because there are many people here in the hospital, they need to know what is treatment is being carried out. It should be on an app, right? They should understand what is requirement. So such type of things are being carried out by our, the students. People have already started about the green computing and to design, manufacture, and use of the computers, and which are environmentally responsible manner, right? This includes the development of energy efficient hardwares, right? Optimizing software for low power consumption. It's very strange that I was not, because I am not a man of computer, people have started talking about that you need to develop the software which has a lower power consumption, right? People are working in that area. Then, there is another area, people are like the edge computing for energy efficiency, right? Edge computing minimizes the need for data transfer to centralized data, system. People have started thereby reducing the bandwidth and energy uses. People are working in this area. I have already mentioned about renewable energy integration. Data centers and computational hubs are increasingly integrating renewable energy sources like solar and wind power. People are working in that area. Quantum computing, right? I don't know how many of you have started working into that area. This is the emerging area that quantum computing through is at an initial stage in our country. So there is also a great, the scope for working in that area. Then reducing the waste. In our country, you have seen that the poor people are separating or segregating some of the material from the waste. The most important part is that I was going through that rare earth metal recovery, right? Some of the waste material is being segregated, for example, AI system pinpoint and extract the components containing rare earth metals, right? Like neodymium, right? It is a component which is used in many, the hardwares, and it has a very high magnetic, the powers, and it is quite expensive. People have used this AI in order to segregate the rare earth metal recovery, which most of the time poor people are using. So this is also being carried out. Then of course the precious metal extraction, it is being done from PCB, printed circuit boards. It is also being separated because it reduces the mining cost, and many expensive, valuable metals are extracted from that. For example, gold, silver, and palladium, they are being separated. So, and battery components, right? They are also separated. AI system identify lithium-ion batteries, ensuring they are safely removed and processed for material recovery or for reuse. So it is also being used. Of course, plastic and polymer sorting. This system is also being used, like robotic systems classify the segregation different type of plastic based on their chemical structures, enabling high quality recycling for use in new electronic casing or other applications. So there is a great contribution, or there is a great opportunity of working in this area, and I hope that the discussions, deliberations will be very useful, and you will have more collaborations, and you will have better publication, and you are going to contribute to the sustainable development of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your profound thoughts and stressing on the need of the hour to act and collaborate towards implementing these sustainable computational technologies in various fields. And I believe it is indeed a matter of pride for all of us to know that there's so much research that is happening in this area by our own students, by the students of Graphic at our university. And I'm pretty sure that their efforts and dedication will result in lasting and remarkable impact in near future. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Yes, let's hear it for the students. Well, as we embark on this exciting journey, we take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone present here for making time to join us in this conference. With that, we once again welcome everybody and wish you all an enriching and memorable experience as we proceed with the event. We'll now assemble for a group photograph. So I request a photographer if you can come near to the stage. We'll have it here or here. Thank you, everyone. We shall now proceed for tea break. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly proceed, followed by Students, you may also proceed for the tea break, and we shall reconvene in about half an hour. Thank you. I stand corrected. Kindly remain seated. I will let you know once you have to move for the break. Apologies. Good morning, Sandeep sir. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome to the conference on behalf of everybody. We'll just get started in a few minutes, sir. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. कोई बात नहीं, स्लाइड दिखेगी, उनकी आवाज़ आनी चाहिए बस। तो सर ये माइक ऑफ रखेंगे या ये भी ऑन रहेगा, वो भी ऑन? ओके, उसको बस अनम्यूट करना है जब वो बोलेंगे। ठीक है, ऑलराइट। कोई बात नहीं, उन्हीं का तो है पहले, संदीप सर। नहीं नहीं, गिरीश सर का है पहले। आपको बताना पड़ेगा कि नहीं, उनका ही टाइम था उनसे शेयरिंग राइट्स ले सकते हैं क्या? हाँ, कर सकते हैं। मैंने इसमें टेक्स्ट नहीं कर सकती टीम्स में सेपरेटली चैट? हाँ, बट ये सबको जाएगा या इनको? टीम्स का ना सिस्टम। इवन मैं ना नीलम मैम सिंह का नंबर लेके आती हूँ।
हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी, मेरी आवाज़ सुन रहे हो?
So testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Testing. No echoing. Action. Good. testing, hello, 1, 2, 3, check.
Check.
सर का माइक चेक करना
Check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check.
Thank you everybody for your patience. We'll just give a couple of minutes for students to join us and then we'll get started. Requesting everybody to kindly settle down. Thank you. Students, if you could take your seats quickly, would appreciate that. Okay, welcome everybody back from the not so short tea break, but I hope it was long enough to warm you up a little bit from the chilly cold this morning. So today it's our privilege to have with us Dr. Girish Gupta, who is a professor of neonatology and pediatrics and the medical superintendent at GEIMS. He's a pioneer in sustainable healthcare innovation with over 40 years of distinguished service in teaching, clinical practice, and research. He has redefined neonatal care in India. Renowned for his contributions to medical education and innovation, he's also a passionate mentor and advocate for life-saving initiatives. His exceptional ability to merge innovation, education, and sustainability uniquely positions him as an inspiring voice at the 4th IEEE International Conference on Innovative Sustainable Computational Technologies, CISCT 2004. He is here to enlighten us on revolutionizing healthcare, the transformative power of AI in medicine. Let's welcome Dr. Gupta with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Yeah, fine, good. Good morning, one and all. Hope you are ready to listen to me. But let me tell you, I'm not Sachin Tendulkar, neither Jaiswal. You understand? But I might work like a Rahul Dravid. Oldies would possibly relate with me. Well, I feel very fortunate that it is first time in my life I've been asked to talk in front of an audience with whom I always wanted to talk. But I wasn't that lucky to get this opportunity. You heard that I passed in 1976 my MBBS. And since then I'm talking to the doctors. But to scientists, pure scientists, today's the day. Thank you. Let me tell you that my young colleagues, that you are the best in the globe. Believe you me. You have to realize that you are the best, and I'll prove it. These 45 minutes of mine will take you through my health related points, but to make you realize that you are the best. Are you ready for it? Great. The first thing before I talk, let me express that we must think forward. When I wrote my initial articles, my titles used to be review articles, special articles in national journals. The title used to be, "The Things Are Yet to Arrive in India," and I'm writing an article on that. I talked on telemedicine way back in 1996 in the Nehru Auditorium in Mumbai in an international conference. 96 telemedicine, telehealth. I was lucky to start the first telemedicine center in Andamans with the help of ISRO. When the tsunami came, I was there in year 2002 or so. I'm giving you scientific component, how progressive we are. I'm just giving you that glimpse so that you relate, that you are not behind. I used to write on apps on smartphones. I have at least 8 publications on smartphone apps, including an editorial in a journal of, say, Armed Forces Journal. Editorial on smartphone apps, and that too in medicine. See our progressiveness. And today happens to be my 10th talk on AI. About 10 weeks back, I was in Delhi. They were giving me some award. And the person from the National Planning Commission was giving me the award, Dr. Vinod Paul. He was stating that the time has come now, we cannot remain without AI, let us absorb it. in the field of medicine. But I was very fortunate to tell him that, Professor Paul, he's my class fellow, sir, it is my first book of AI in medicine I'm presenting to you. So, couple of months back, we made our first book also on AI in medicine. Now, how do you realize? Is this Indian behind anyone in the globe? What do you feel? Not at all. When this Indian, who's not a computer expert, can do it, you are computer experts. You have to be just leading the globe. Making yourself a promise today that whichever domain you are working, you would make yourself exceptional. When we are born, we have same small sperm, ovum, zygote, we come out, a newborn is delivered. We do as per the family where we are born. But then you have Abdul Kalam, reach climaxing, deceiving everyone in the world and doing nuclear explosion. You people, can you convert into a Professor Abdul Kalam? So these are my opening statements. Now you align with me. I may be talking something which is on health. I hope you understand. I'll try to make it very simple. I'll not try to put any words which are highly technical or from the field of medicine. But since the title is Revolutionizing, so I have touched some past, present and future. How do I think forward using AI? So let me start with an AI prayer for the health people. And this is what AI has written for me. It says, we are healthcare workers standing strong in a world that is moving fast along. From stethoscope, Dr. Singh, to data streams, AI shaping all our dreams. This is true for all the healthcare providers and so for you. I shall be just talking that how it is transforming healthcare, rising patients' expectation, where we talk of precision and personalized care, diagnostic accuracies, some process and interpret how to interpret complex data and have clinical decisions, and it's urgent need of the hour. The challenges are in India today and everywhere that there is a changing population. We have now aging population coming up. Though we have young population, but aging people like me are also living. I'm 70 years. Rising costs. We get very tired. I'm an intensivist, newborn specialist. So much of burnout. There is shortage of such resource people. And there are disparities in care. Somebody get best of the care, others do not get the care. So these are some of the challenges which I thought I'll write. And AI is going to help in all this. It will give faster and accurate diagnosis, treatment for each person, personalized, and it will also streamline operations. Some more points in this. Doctor is as good diagnosis he makes. If he can't make a diagnosis, he can't be good. And AI helps me in making a diagnosis. And if I make a good diagnosis, I'll go for a good treatment. And those treatment would be individualized. For one person, I'll write different. For third person, I'll write different. With the same diagnosis. That is what AI is going to help us. And of course, healthcare operations will be easy. And anything which comes new, there will be lots of challenges, ethical issues, because people are not clear. And AI has a future and role cut for each one of us. If we take it on, it's the time to take it on. Well, your domain, I don't know much. So when we talk of AI, these are the things which we normally talk. When I talk to medicos, I just say by machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing and computer vision. These are some of the things which we use in AI. And all of you, I believe, should be an expert. It is not my domain. The most important thing for AI is data. Larger the data you produce, better AI you could do. And therefore, I request all of you, rather than talking with lot of josh and saying, I feel like this, I feel like this, it is all subjectivity. Now this subjectivity must get converted into objectivity. Okay? And how this will become objective? When we create our data. So I request each and everyone, whether you are in your personal life or a professional life, whatever you do, write data. So data is important. In the field of medicine, we get data from electronic health records, images, genomic data. Nowadays, in the time of all put smartwatches, wearables. Its data comes, health data. Since I am talking of an entire thing, smart hospitals, even claims data, and so on and so forth. The challenges are that when we have a data, all systems don't read the same way. So these are issues, interoperability. Data is also to be private. How my health information other one should come to know? He will snatch all my property, or my rights. So privacy. And there are data bias and data quality, which we would improve over a period of time. Now something which is about AI life cycle, again I am not the subject expert on this, but just to say that there are 5 steps when we talk of an AI life cycle. Step 1, data collection and preparation. Step 2, model training, so that we develop AI algorithms accordingly. Then we have to validate that model and do testing to ensure accuracy and reliability. And once it has been done, then we put to use. Okay? So deployment and integration. And finally, when we put anything for use, we monitor. Is it appropriate? Do we have to revise? So we continuously keep assessing. So these are the few steps of AI life cycle. When I come to a field of medicine, all this data or AI helps me to make a better diagnosis, better treatment planning, both at the level of doctors and other healthcare workers, maybe my nurses or paramedical staff. And most importantly, everyone wants to know if I have a disease, how long I am going to live, how good I am going. I go to Joshi also, there is something happening now in graphic era. Even I have applied, I'll show my hand, I'll ask him how many years I am going to live. Prediction. So I would do a lot of good things for prediction of the disease. And remember, if there is anything which makes you happy in life, it is counseling at all stages of life, in any profession. So it helps us in becoming a better counselor. And of course, there will be not many things. Now this looks a little busy slide. Just to give you how we get the medical data. Oh, yeah, just a minute. Well, I'll just show it. I'll just talk and just take you on this picture or this slide. It is showing on the left extreme the data which we collect from patient. We call it the clinical phenotype. क्या history है, क्या बीमारी है, what are the findings. So these are clinical phenotype. Then we do a lot of investigations, X-rays, imaging, lab tests, etc. So these are the simple things which we do in the hospital. But then as the science is advancing, we do certain bolics, metabolics, advanced. Even Vice Chancellor Sir wanted to have a project with us that was on metabolomics, on the cord blood, all right? So all those bolomics data would be available. And then we also have a biomarkers, genetic data. So we pool all those data into one, and now we apply algorithms. And then once we have applied algorithms, then we have our outcomes, prediction outcomes, diagnostic outcomes, follow-up outcomes, so on and so forth. So this is a simple slide which is I've taken from my book, Artificial Intelligence in Medicine. So, and it is available on Amazon. So this, I feel that all healthcare workers use things like this, and similarly in other domains. So as far as the scope of AI is concerned, in the field of medicine, we always keep patient first. So our patient care, training, research, publication, administration, and anything under the sky. That's why I put the miscellaneous. Whatever you think would be possible, and therefore in my own language I call it as omnipresent, omnipotent. Omni means सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, हर जगह present. Think that way. Now I'm taking specifically in the field of medicine, I'll just put some domains and just showing what is past, what is present, and what future is offering, right? In the diagnostic domain, whatever simple test we were doing in the past, today we are doing advanced tests with the help of AI. But the future is coming when bedside everything would become available at the point of care. The test would be done, the result would be available, and you will have almost a diagnosis coming. So that's how the diagnosis is going to change. When it comes to decision support, today a doctor thinks this, that, oh, most likely this, most likely that. So there is a lot of his gray matter which is involved. Human intelligence is involved. But gradually it's getting changed with using AI. When we have a natural intelligence or human intelligence supplemented by artificial intelligence, well, we have a beautiful personalized treatment plan. If there are 50 people sitting here, for the same disease, I'll give 50 prescriptions, customized. And it be, nowadays even machines are coming. When we put patient on ventilator or life support, how much oxygen is to be given, it is available that today we make some setting and automatically it adjusts the oxygen delivery. So it's a closed loop oxygenation. The second thing we look at how much is the CO2 in the blood, which is not available today. So time is coming when CO2 of the body will adjust the ventilator. So then you would require an intensivist. Ventilator itself, AI, it will keep giving how much is the rate and all. So this is in offing. And disease management certainly would improve. And we would go, I'm telling time and again, these words will come precision, precision, precision. Precise treatment. Rather than talking for 4 hours, if I talk for 4 minutes but give precise messages, that's taken. 4 hours will make me sleep. So precision medicine. So I've written here predictive. You can predict future of diseases in the field of medicine. Personalized for each person. Real time. Autonomous. All this would be minimized if you use AI effectively. And of course precision. Giving you some examples of medical diagnosis, imaging. Nowadays, otherwise you go to doctor, he sees X-rays and thinks it could be this, it could be that. CT scan, it could be that. And there is some difference of opinion. Now, AI will sort out. Straight away, machine will say this is a likely diagnosis. It is possible today. Likewise for pathology, we take slides, see what is there in the slide. It will give the diagnosis straight away. So it is easier. Benefit would be, it will give accurate, faster diagnosis and reduce the burden of the concerned specialty. Now, early disease prediction, that's extremely important. Today, when the newborn is born, just delivered, even at that time his life is decided, whether he is going to have hypertension, diabetes later in life, at birth. So there is something we call as a fetal programming of adult diseases. When he's coming out from the uterus, his system is programmed. And if at that level I put my AI, I can tell him that at 30 years he is likely to develop hypertension, blood pressure. So this is what it is going to do. We are trying to do to some extent. And once you diagnose that this is likely to happen, you will go in a preventive mode. Whatever is harming, you would not do that. So it's good or not good? Very good. Now, some more example. Like suppose today, we are all worried about cancer. Cancer nahi ho jayega. Cancer ho gaya, so it's a death warrant. So we can give a very precise treatment for cancer too. Which gene is involved, where is the problem? And there are ample number of drugs available which will target specifically. So again, AI and every disease, including a cancer, would be managed very effectively. Now some personalized treatment plan, again taking it a little forward, giving a clinical context. Now suppose I have diabetes or say liver disease. Now with all this data, I would be able to tell, this is what your problem is, change these lifestyles. Take more water, don't take this, customized. So one would be able to do a more personalized prescription writing. Now something which I have written is a virtual assistance. This is very, very good. Can somebody give me an example of a virtual assistant in non-medical field? I'll be very happy. If anyone can give me even 1 point. Wonderful, Alexa. So I want virtual assistant in the field of medicine. Siri, for example, for Google people, or for those who are on iPhones, Apple. So these virtual assistants are available and they are going to become increasingly available. So that all your health concerns, they will automatically answer. Only in some cases you are required to talk to doctor. Now, robotics. It's a very fancy, but nothing new. You have robot for everything. Your something goes on moon and lands. Robotic operation in a different domain. Likewise, we are using robot for all types of advanced management, surgical management, which are difficult. So you are sitting in a computer room and doing all fine-tuning of a surgery, microsurgery, precise surgery. So it's all in India it is in. But we are going to refine it over a period of time. And when we have a more collaboration with young people, we'll develop customized robots. Now, I've written care beyond walls. There should not be any partitions. Today I was just sitting with respected 𝐒𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐿, and the moment I broke the wall, we had a common mission in life, collaboration. So that's what I'm trying to say. All of us should look forward to collaborate. Right? Once I give a small example. I was in AFMC Armed Forces Medical College, Pune, and I was asked by my director, Dr. Gupta, so we want to do some research. And that too by medical student. We don't have any research projects for medical students. I said, okay, let me try. I said, how many research projects you want? 2, 3 would be fine. So I just accepted the challenge, but I wasn't sure whether I will yield the desired outcome in a given period of time. So I called all my medical students who were coming to me for their clinical posting. So about 20 of them were coming to me regularly every day. So I just called all these boys, lovely intellectuals, potential greats. I said, you tell me in your life how many things from your childhood you have done because your parents have asked to do it, but you didn't want to do it. All of them came out with something, I was asked to eat this, I was asked to do this, that. I said, would you like to challenge those decisions of yours? Would you like to see whether they were correct decisions or not? Yes, sir. So all came out with their research questions of their personal life. And I had 20 research projects available in 2 days. So what I'm trying to say is that you should question everything in your life. This attitude must come in young people. Then you'll become a scientist. Otherwise, it is good to become a historian. Not that I'm undermining them. History is important. But scientist questions everything in life. And that is what I'm trying to say, that we should have a collaboration. We should question everything. And here I'm looking forward, very humbly asking for collaborating with all of you. If anyone can support me in any health issues, I'm looking for it. And I'll show you what we have done. Because I'm just talking at the moment theory, but in the second half I'll show what we are actually doing on the ground, so that you relate actually with us. Now coming to the next domain, that's the medical administration. And AI is doing a huge job, keeping patients' records, helping billing and financial aspects, and workflow optimization. Okay, so all this is being done increasingly. That is why we have smart hospitals today, smart ICUs today, smart industries today. So rather than medical administration, it will become a general administration. But we must absorb AI in our administration. Some example here, operations. Now staffing. Suppose one particular day I have done some camp somewhere and I anticipate suddenly a rush of 1,000 people. But if I don't anticipate that, I will not put appropriate staff in my OPD or emergency. And my AI would say immediately, oh, you have done that camp, so many additional people you should be planning for it. So appropriate staffing. And if I know that so many people are coming, and if I find that at my reception, that delay occurs because they say, Acha, which insurance company, we have to settle this claim, give this card. So there's a lot of delay which can be avoided if I do in advance. All this is possible. And impact would be that the medical operations will become highly efficient, cost-saving, and only for one thing we work, and that is enhanced patient satisfaction. Some more, inventory management and maintenance, like in any other field, so in field of medicine. Nothing special, but it is absolutely important because we run a lot of critical equipments. They save our lives. But if we don't predict their maintenance requirement, then we'll firefight. Suddenly our ventilator stops. I don't have 2 more ventilators. then my one patient would suffer, maybe irreversibly. So it would make me do my preventive maintenance in time. Coming to the field of medical research. I put on data analysis, drug discovery, and genomics in 3 domains. Don't go to a specific, I'm just sensitizing you, okay? Now, data analysis, my aim was to personalize care, precise care, so it would help me to do that. Drug discovery, it takes years, maybe decades to develop a drug. I'll show how it would help. And genomics, very advanced thing, which is coming up, and we will give a specific diagnosis, we will prevent disease, and in the next generation, we will not let it happen. So some examples of here. Now, drug development. Industries take research of a drug 30 years, 40 years, different phases of trials of drug development. But now see what is going to happen. I will identify the potential area where a drug is required to be developed. It will create predictive models. A human being would be created, virtual human being, okay? So that I can test on that virtual human being. And molecule will also be adjusted, which molecule I should administer. And therefore I would see its efficacy, kitna fayda karti hai, and also safety, how many side effects. So in nutshell, it would reduce development time and cost and increase success rates. Now, I'm sure you people might have heard of digital twin. I thought I will introduce, if not heard. Digital twin. I just said I will create a virtual human being. So we can create a virtual organ, virtual heart, virtual lung, virtual system, and virtual full human being. And on that human being which I have created virtually, I will administer a drug specifically. And whether it will, I will see whether it is preventing heart attack or not. And my audio has gone, is it? Please do something. Hello? Even this is not working. That is a advantage of technology. When you are at the peak, something would happen. So therefore I always say technology is good, but you should be able to speak extempore.
Light गई है. Check, check.
Hello.
Yeah. So now,
Hello, hello.
the field of medical publication and reliability literature review. So when you have been given a do some research, you use help. When the poor young fellow goes from pillar to post. Am I audible? If not, I shout more. Good, thank you. So the poor fellow goes from pillar to post. He comes after 2 months. Sir, I have told you. No, rubbish. You go and search again. The poor fellow again goes. This has been the story. I am not exaggerating. Today I can give you the best research question in next 2 minutes related to your subject. Courtesy में AI. I can write your research project in next 5 minutes, which the university will approve and make it so good. Courtesy AI. Okay? And since I am also a reviewer, I write books, I review chapters. Now reviewing takes a lot of time. The DM, Doctorate of Medicine, is the ultimate qualification in the country. And I am the first DM in the country, one of the first in neonatology. So I am DM examiner, I have to see their thesis, and I get papers from all over. If I go with same sincerity, then my entire time will just go in this. Today with AI, I make my DM papers in 2 minutes, even a PGI Chandigarh. And all this I do in no time, quickly, without losing my efficiency, effectively. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, even the research domain, use AI most effective. Now, in my field, I am known as a man of innovation. Don't mind, first time we are interacting, so I have to tell me my doings. In the field of neonatology, the highest number of innovations in the country, God has given me the chance to do. I have 45 innovations in my life. on this is very effective. Imaging, again, innovations and robotics innovation. What I want is that I want to inculcate in your mind that you should be an innovator. Number one. And secondly, you should be an innovative Indian mind. If you are an Indian mind, you will be useful for your own house, for your family, for your department. You will relate with that. But if you are not relating, then you will do some research which only one paper can be published after many years, and Americans will say not a good paper. But if you have solved your own problem, you are not bothered about anyone else. You have sorted out your own problem. Be Indian in the right context. So how are you liking my natural way of talking?
Awesome.
Very good, sir.
Very engaging.
Thank you.
And effective.
Now, next is a counseling, as I just mentioned. If I am allowed to say, I am very humbly state to all of you that I pray God. You want to see me on the stage here or there? So I pray God. And probably I expressed or not, but again I am expressing that. It is in Hindi. मैं ऐसा बोलता हूँ कि एक बार कोई हमसे मिल तो ले, वो हमारा हमेशा के लिए भक्त हो जाना चाहिए. आप भक्त बने या नहीं बने? So that is what the counseling is all about. If you understand to whom you are talking, and if you perceive that he is speaking from his heart and for you, into your eyes, you will relate. And then there are no challenges, no conflict, no patient will go unsatisfied. Okay? So we believe in that, and AI is going to greatly help in this field. Okay? In different domains, be it patient education, mental health, relationship management. Okay? And I'll tell you my personal experiences too. Other domain is medical education. I'm supposed to give a talk to my young medical students also, how AI is going to help them. So it will also help you. We will remove medical, it still remains a student. Okay? Public health and ethics and safety is important. Challenges and ethical considerations, as I just discussed earlier too. There is a scope of bias. Google Chacha is very good, garbage in and garbage out. So it depends whatever you want to put in. So there will be biases. So create systems which eliminate biases. Privacy, always an issue. Never take privacy of somebody else for granted. I was just waiting for 10 minutes in the dean's room. When I wanted to use his facility, I said, am I allowed to? May I? I didn't want to intrude in his privacy. A small gesture. Develop this habit and accountability for anything which we do. Well, now I'm coming to me and mine and ours. So far it was all theory, conceptual. Now on I'm going to talk what we have done in this domain. And that is why my confidence will change. These are the things which our department has done or I have done. We take care of patient care decision making. This is all AI related. With the help of AI, we have written books on AI. We have created a new branch of science. And we have labeled as a neonatology. Neonate plus AI plus logy. Neonatology. First time in the world. We do use chat-based counseling, research AI-based, examination AI-based. We do a lot of tele-teaching. We do collaborative training. Workshop, just did in November on AI, and intend doing every 3 months. If people are keen, most solicited, welcomed. I also wish to start a short AI training capsule course of 3 days duration, not related to just health, in general AI applications. So those who are willing can contact me. I'll be more than happy, or I'll ask university to possibly facilitate it. This is my 10th lecture on AI. And second international lecture. About 2 months back, I talked on International Parental Society of Sri Lanka. Publications, we do paper writing and reviewing and many more. Now, this is the new branch of science which we have created. Neonatology. Neonatology plus AI. And just talking is not adequate. You must put a stamp on it. So that for posterity, this branch grows. So we have put a stamp. And the stamp is that it has been copyrighted. And here is my copyright. Okay? So new branch of science. And likewise, we encourage all other people. It's very easy. Do something special, copyright it, have intellectual right, or do patenting. You will be known. Now, another branch also has come up. Again, our initiative, we have put as a perinatology. Perinatology is end of pregnancy period and first week of newborn. So that's a perinatology. So I made it perinate AI-logy, very simple and published. This is what we do counseling of our patient's attendant. This is our research work. So we first counsel verbally, humanly, and then we do counseling plus ChatGPT. And then we have seen, has it improved the satisfaction level? It has shown conclusion says that it enhances paternal satisfaction, complementing human-centered care in an ICU. And this paper won an award in the state conference too. Our work, AI in counseling. Fellowship program, I run a postdoctoral fellowship program in neonatology, which is a 1-year program. My second batch is running. And as you know, there are 3 domains of teaching learning. Cognitive domain, psychomotor domain, and affective domain. I'm not going into detail and bore you, but to tell you that all 3 domains I address through AI. And my people are very happy. This is my first book on AI. Holistic Neonatology, the AI approach. Okay, it's one of the very thick books. You will not find such a book globally. These are my second and third books related to AI integration. So this is on neonatal pain, since I'm a newborn specialist. And you see what we have written. Neonatal pain relief, bridging tradition, science, and AI. On the title, AI is there. So it's not just that. And the other one is a counseling where we have integrated AI. Okay? Then we do a lot of tele-teaching. From year 2021, I conducted neonatal education by tele-teaching in the state of Uttarakhand. It's in the state of Uttarakhand, but it's a global training program. I do once in a month. People from 7 countries attended. Then I do something known as NISG 5-star. I started as NISG, where there are 3 institutes who are participating. Now 2 more also have participated, so I put 5 and put a star. So NISG 5-star. Those people are from Lucknow, they know SGPGI. So one of my beneficiaries is SGPGI. Wadia Children's Hospital, Mumbai. Himalayan Hospital, Graphic Era, GEIMS, and one more. So that we do using AI. Innovation and intellectual property right, I just mentioned that we love doing innovation. Nobody comes to listen theory from you. Maybe young stage it's fine listening theory from your teachers. But once you become a little old, you want to learn from their experience. What different they are going to tell us. So these innovations will be your experience, your lifetime gains. Now, a word about chat, AI chats. I thought I will educate everyone. Maybe share, not educate. You are more educated than me in this domain. So I use, these are the few chat platforms, all of you know, I'm sure. ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, Bing Copilot, 𝐒𝐿. Any other one? These are the 5 common ones. I pay for them. The Bing Copilot is Gemini is a bard. And Gemini is new. Gemini 2 has come just a few days back. Okay. Some of my presentation also using Gemini 2. Okay. And this is, I've just said that what are the practical role of ChatGPT in patient care, counseling, and administration. So we do a clinical decision support using AI, ChatGPT. Education and training, data analysis, patient counseling, and administrative tasks. This is what I was talking of, AI in counseling and the work which I just mentioned, done by my fellows. Now, coming to presentations. So I just talked of the chat platforms, AI chat platforms. Now talking of presentation. When I started my career, there used to be OHP, overhead projectors. I don't know whether anyone has seen or not. And I used to wash my X-ray plates, used X-ray plate with alcohol and all that, and used to put that on a projector. So I started my career from there. There was some device available when a book could be presented from there. We had to make an entire room dark. So we started from there, the journey, then 35mm slides, then PowerPoint, and today the AI. Now, what difference does it make? It elevates your presentation levels to, you can't imagine. Feel it, practice it, then you will realize my presentation is made by AI. So it simplifies, creates and impresses everyone. It gives a clear structure, visual hierarchy, white space, if you know all this. You all have to be good. Now, remaining good doesn't give you the right dividends. For being successful in life, you have to be good and you must appear good. If you have both, you know and you present well. You grow in life at a faster pace. And therefore, you must know how to make a presentation. Understanding the potential of AI in PowerPoint, good automated slide design, dynamic data visualization, and intelligent content generation, all that is happening, okay? Now, these are some top presentation platforms. Those who want, they can take a shoot of it, because then you don't have to search which one is good. On the left, I put some beginner-friendly and dynamic visual, some other I've labeled. So benefits of AI in medical: it enhances decision-making capabilities, improves accuracy and efficiency, increases patient safety, reduces workload, and ultimately patient was going to become better and also satisfied. It has been thought that if we use AI well, there will be, this is related to newborn area, my care area, that it will reduce the death by 25%. It will save doctors' time by about 50%, and maybe early detection of disease in about 75%. How is it? Greatly beneficial. The power of AI in medical care, a caution. And this I tell to everyone, not in medical field, in any field. Machine we have created, AI we have created, they can't be superior to human beings. If you have a blind faith in them and don't double check, they will do one mistake which will be a blunder. So ultimately it is your human intelligence should clear it. If we keep that in mind, we will be highly successful. But if you just palm it off to AI, most of the time it will be correct, but there will be some blunders taking place. Then you would not know which way to look at. The next frontiers are emerging trends in AI healthcare are multiomics, as I just mentioned, ambient intelligence, digital twin I mentioned, and quantum computing. You know better than me. Let's do collaboration. I have written joining forces, interdisciplinary research, open source initiatives, start ecosystem funding opportunities as the conference has been funded. If we can probably make our point, even in healthcare, we will get all that. Next 5 years, we think that there'll be more predictive analysis available, AI diagnostics, personalized medicine, robotic surgery, and visual health assistants are going to take a lead. Now I looked at some doctors here, so very AI friendly. Then we thought, what is the doctor's attitude? Do they like this AI? So I did one review, again on AI platform, which is known as a consensus AI. So latest review with 9 studies which have been analyzed. So the outcomes were generally a positive but cautious attitude. ठीक है, but don't know. They all want to have more awareness. There is a concern about practical application. I've been talking of AI for last many years. Everyone is coming, even IIT Roorkee came to me when I was a Himalayan. We'll do it, but nothing happens. Everyone is doing it. But practical hitches. So there are challenges in AI adoption. First of all, is that nobody wants to change. There's a resistance to change. There is a resource limitation. And important is that let's bridge the gap between knowledge and practice. If we give the right information, people will align. Now, this is something which I want to introduce, explainable AI or AXI. Now, before the class, you must have thought a class hone wali. But the way I am trying to explain, possibly you will be more for this lecture. Explain. So same thing in AI, that we must explain. Importance of XII is making AI models more transparent and understandable for clinicians and patients. समझाओगे तो लोग करेंगे, नहीं समझाओगे डिक्टेट दोगे लोग नहीं करेंगे. So let's explain AI. AI in the future of healthcare jobs. The biggest problem even for people like me is that tomorrow chairman would say, Dr. Gupta, you are no more required. You do everything with AI, so I'll use AI, you go. Common thing. So I have to make my presence relevant in the system. And therefore, I first should acknowledge, you are right, sir. But what I can tell, AI cannot tell. I have to make that happen. So, and don't create a narrative that what I'm doing better, good, I'll also use AI and make it better. But AI cannot replace me. That should be very clear. So there is a great degree of discomfort in the mind of people across the board, not only medicals, that your jobs may get curtailed. But reframe the narrative and focus on new roles. See, my new role, I'm not talking on a newborn health, I'm talking about AI. So I've created a new role for me. So all of us, we should try to do that. Now, vision of the future is that use it as a catalyst for future in whatever domain we are working. Integrate with AI, with whatever Internet of Things you know better, or maybe blockchain you know better, and do collaborations. My future plans. We will conduct more workshops. As I intended to do and express, we would start a 3-day capsule course and do more CME's workshops, maybe in a hybrid mode. Request to all of you, get involved, be part of this revolution. Either you are in the process or you are out of the process. It's the time to be in the process. It will make a difference today and tomorrow in everyone's life. And take specific actions which are your own, which you can relate with you. Therefore, if the future is to be ruled, I have written integrate and not replace, which means the human intelligence should get integrated with artificial intelligence. Not that the artificial intelligence replaces human intelligence. That will be the blunder. And this is what I am worried about my younger colleagues. You will have a shortcuts in life. You will use AI and do things. No, this is not the thing. You might be successful for a short period, but you are likely to suffer. So always put a human intelligence over artificial intelligence. Go along with it. Therefore, to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, there is immense scope. Learn it now and practice regularly. Lectures won't make any difference until unless we practice and bring it a change in our behavior by practicing it. Make it a way of exploration. Explore the world and way of your life. Carry homes. AI is transforming healthcare. It is empowering clinicians and improving outcomes, and we must consider ethical issues and have a future outlook. This is I thought I'll put this picture. To lead the future of healthcare, embrace AI today, not tomorrow. It's today, maybe now. Very honest statement. I'm not knowing even ABC of computer science. I have not done any course of computer science till date, even MS Office, I don't know. So whatever I have learned is on job. So there may be something wrong which I have conveyed. Please pardon me for that, for my ignorance. So this is my upfront disclaimer. I acknowledge everyone, all the wonderful people sitting here, including my wife, organizers, all the contributors, AI platforms, because I used AI platform to make this. And thank you, madam, especially for you. It was because of you I am here. Thank you very much. This is my email ID. If anyone wants to relate with me in any capacity, I'll be more than happy to connect with you. You can probably take the email. Thank you. Hope it was not a clean bowled on the first ball. Thank you. I have to be here. Okay.
What an inspiration and motivation these about 50 minutes were, sir. And if I may add, AI in medicine is transforming care with its data insight. But having said that, AI can assist, but I believe that the art of medicine is deeply rooted in the healing touch of doctors like you. Thank you so much for your services, sir. Thank you. I would, just one second. I would now request Dr. Devesh Pratap Singh, Head of Department, CSE, GEU, to kindly felicitate Dr. Girish Gupta with the token of gratitude. Let's thank sir with a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much for your time, sir. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Hope you like. I'll take care of it now. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Sorry, I should have. Okay.
Hello, check. After that truly power-packed, inspiring session on AI, it's time to call upon our second keynote speaker for the day, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Garg, who is joining us virtually. Dr. Sandeep Kumar is currently serving as Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Roorkee. His research interests include software engineering, web services, software project management, ICT development, semantic web, machine learning, data analytics, networks, software security. Please help me welcome Dr. Garg, who is here to share his valuable insights on sustainable computing, its importance, implementation, and future research directions. Dr. Garg, it's over to you. Thank you. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Yes, sir, you are.
University, Graphics University, for all of us to discuss about sustainable computing. I will briefly discuss, given the time we can have very key points only for the discussion. And I really believe that first of all, to kickstart about the discussion that will happen throughout the day, today and tomorrow in this conference. To kickstart on this topic, sustainable computing, first of all, it is very necessary to make the environment of sustainable computing in our mind, to have the thinking towards that. So my objective in this brief discussion will be to have to mold the mind of audiences towards thinking towards sustainable computing. So that's the only objective, only key objective, one and only objective for my discussion. This sustainable computing, this term is really a very heavyweight term, a very strong term nowadays. And most of you who are from computer science, many of you must have heard about the term cloud computing in the last few years. So that is also considered to be very heavyweight terms. Similarly, many buzzwords happen in the computer science era. And more or less, if you are in information technology domain, in computer science domain, in last 2 decades, if you are there, then you will really feel that these are extra layers which are put up on the existing infrastructure. And a buzzword is given, right? So that everyone is working towards that. So there are many such things that are happening. I will not indulge into detail of all these things, because today our main concern is sustainable computing. So as far as the term sustainability is concerned, this is very heavyweight thing these days throughout the world internationally, not only in India. In almost all the United Nations agenda also, this term is there, sustainability. And this term is not only related to computer science, this is nowadays talked about in almost all the disciplines. You know, as a human being, we are living in an atmosphere, we are living in a society where sustainability is very important. So from that perspective, the term sustainability was already there, but with time, due to advancement in science and technology, the sustainability term picked up a lot, and it becomes of utmost importance. You may be thinking that why I am talking about that term along with sustainable computing. But you know, if you look upon the term sustainable computing at a very, very minute level, at a very basic level, then you will feel that it's almost same. It's not really different than the term of sustainability that may be talked about the people of water resources, that may be talked about the people of civil engineering or chemical engineering or environmental engineering. It's almost same. We have, as a computer science people, we are talking about sustainability in computing. Otherwise, fundamental remains same. So if you look upon this term from all these basic perspectives, you will find many research directions to work upon in really interdisciplinary fashion. So I will just put up the things in that direction. If you look upon sustainable computing term in a very simple form, I will discuss it in very, very simple forms. Then you will see that sustainable computing is taking care of all the disciplines wherever we are applying computer science and engineering, maybe electrical engineering, maybe renewable energy, maybe environmental engineering. It's spanning all the disciplines of engineering and science, right? And wherever there is the application of computing, we can have sustainable computing. And nowadays, almost all the fields, maybe even medical science, or electrical engineering, or energy engineering, or maybe water resources, civil engineering, chemical engineering, and environmental engineering. Wherever you will find the application of computing. So wherever you see the application of computing, wherever you see the consumption of computing resources is possible, we can have the scope of sustainable computing research. So that is one thing I just wanted to put upon in front of all of you. So if we look upon sustainability computing, then sustainable computing is basically concerned about the consumption of computing resources in such a way that there is net zero impact on the environment. Now it is very important to see how computing will impact the environment, how it is impacting the environment. Sometimes this question comes into our mind that is that so important that computing will impact the environment, how it will going to impact. So then directly there might be some impact that I will go through, but indirectly through the energy resources there is a impact, right? However, it is not that much of a significance, but as this is almost 1% of total energy consumption, that's why it is also considered to be an important area along with the sustainability and other domains where the energy consumptions may be very high, maybe in the industrial systems. So sustainable computing is basically talking about the overall approach, holistic approach, such that the total carbon emission can be reduced and energy efficiency can be achieved. Right? So from perspective philosophy, there are two sides of the coin, two perspectives on which we can understand sustainable computing. One is that how we can use the computing, maybe the different approaches in computer science, to achieve sustainability and other industrial systems. That is one direction of research. Another direction of research is within the computing systems, how we can achieve, how we can offer to have more sustainable uses, more sustainable management of resources. So these are two things. Like in almost all the domains, the domains that we are talking about in computer science, we have these two important directions of research. Everybody may be aware about that. Like if I'm talking about machine learning, one is like how I can improve the algorithms of machine learning to achieve better intelligence. Second direction is like how I can use the machine learning to achieve better intelligence in other applications. So in this case also, there are two directions. One is like how I can use the computing resources to achieve sustainability in different applications. More prevalent applications of sustainability are in other domains. And second is how I can use my computing resources in such a way that it is not hampering the sustainability of environment. These are two directions of research with different directions, but that is within the scope of sustainable computing. Right? So in that way, if in the core of sustainable computing is the second direction that I talked about, that within the computing domain, how we can design, develop, and use the computing resources in environment friendly. That is the core of sustainable computing. So in that direction, there can be a lot of works related to energy efficiency. I think this is also a buzzword in almost all the IoT related work, as well as in cloud computing and in scheduling activities, in system-based development, in system-based research, system engineering research. So in all these research, you are talking about energy efficiency, broadly that is within the scope of sustainable computing. Then similarly, reducing electronic waste, if we talk about the hardware, then that is related to electronic waste. Then one need to understand the environmental footprint of computing. Then I will go to bit detail on this point. So if we look upon NVIDIA is a very big player in the hardware infrastructure for computing in general, not only sustainable computing, but they have put up a lot of money, a lot of funding in the direction of green computing, and they are saying that it is almost equal to sustainable computing. So as per them, to maximize the energy efficiency, the same thing that I specified, to maximize the energy efficiency and minimize the environmental impact. Whatever we need to do from both the directions, hardware direction as well as software direction. So again, initially I specified two directions. Then in the first direction, within the computing also, to have the sustainability, there are two directions. One is on hardware side you can work upon, second is on software side you can work upon. So it means either you can work upon the computer chips or you can work upon the system and software. That means algorithms and all that, and the scheduling things. But the overall objective of either it is hardware side or software side is to maximize the energy efficiency, right? So that is one thing we need to understand. So why this topic is talked about? Why people are organizing conferences on that? You are attending a conference on sustainable computing, but why this is a good topic? Why this is good topic? Why this is required? Basically, all these things are being talked about since long. Everybody is aware about that. I'm not going to dwell of that. That every year the global temperature is increasing and ice caps are melting and all that. So all these things are happening. Everybody is knowing about that. This is the topic of discussion for the weather engineering people, environmental engineering people, right? And that is the core of sustainability in the environment. But it has been felt that basically the use of electricity consumption is one of the important cause of global warming. Right, so that was proved by many case studies. And the use of electricity is also contributed by our data centers. Right, and since last decade, there is tremendous increase in the data centers, the number of data centers, the size of data centers. However, if you look upon the total electricity consumption by data center is not that significant. It is just 1% of total energy consumption. But 1% in that way may be significant that if we are able to reduce it, then also it will contribute to sustainability. Right? So that was one direction. Second direction I already specified, that if we can use the computing resources to reduce the energy consumption in that area, like in smart microgrids. So if we are using our computing facilities, maybe AI or ML and all that, towards microgrid infrastructure to manage the resources properly, that is also helping in achieving the sustainability. So how it all started in computer science, why the people are talking about how it's all started, why we already understood. So this started long back when one of computer scientists, Professor at Virginia Tech, Professor Bogdan, he found that there was computer clusters which are put up in one of the warehouse, and in that environment he found that there was many failures in the infrastructure computer cluster in summers as compared to winters. The number of failures were high in summer. So then the temperature sensors and all these were ultimately indicating that the heat generated in summer, obviously it is high, and that is impacting to have the more number of failures. So he built a lower power system instead of high computer, the power system which was being used by the existing computer cluster. He tried to build a hardware infrastructure where low power system is being used. And then on this case it was found that the low power system was generating the less heat, and ultimately the number of failures decreases. So overall electricity consumption is also decreased, power failures decreased, and even the number of failures also decreased. Right, so this work was presented in 2001 only. Right, so it's not a very old topic in that sense. And this is a very famous conference, the supercomputing. If you even set the supercomputing conference, you will find his work in 2001 proceedings. So even you can go through some of the papers of this conference. You will get a lot of good ideas about the workings in the sustainable computing domain. Right. So these are some of the research directions that I have just listed out. Right. Each of the bold point is in itself a research domain in the sustainable computing area. Overall hardware and software, as I already specified. In software perspective, from sustainable computing point of view, you can work upon power-aware systems, right? Maybe you can work upon power management also, like code profiling and transformation for power management. I think many of you must have already been working on scheduling and allocation. This is very, very important area to how to reduce. Like if you are reducing the computational requirement, you are again contributing to sustainability. So just you will have to divert your direction of research, direction of your presentation and work by putting an extra layer. You are not only proving that your work is computationally efficient as compared to existing, but you also will be specifying that it is also using the lesser energy or energy efficiency. Lightweight algorithms, many of you must have heard that for IoT-based system or ad hoc networks, you are developing lightweight algorithms so that even in the remote areas, the battery consumption is reduced. So that is also contribution towards the sustainability. So you can reinvent the algorithms and application. This is a bit easier way to do the research in this direction. Existing algorithms can be reinvented to reduce the energy consumption, right? Less computational efficiency, less memory requirement will ultimately contribute to energy efficiency. Resource management algorithms can also be developed, right? So like in cloud, a lot of people are working in this direction to have the better resource management, to reduce the number of failures, to reduce the memory storage requirements would be reduced. Right, so algorithms can also be developed for reducing the energy and heat. Like ultimately the same thing, high performance computing can be reduced, performance requirement can be, high computing requirement can be reduced, and that will ultimately help to have the reduced power uses. Similarly, parallel computing can also be touched upon in this parallel and distributed computing. Right, so that is also one important area, parallel and distributed systems, where we can have monitoring tool for power and performance. Right, on the hardware side also you can have power-aware networking, right? Power-efficient architectures. These are bit different topics, right? That maybe you will have to collaborate with some electronics peoples, right? So who are working in chip design, so they can better take up this topic along with you, like efficient circuit design for energy harvesting, power management in memory, disk, and storage, right? So that will require a bit of intervention from the electronics people also. On the other direction that I already specified, like using computing for sustainability, right? So other direction of the sustainable computing work, you can use computing for generating sustainability in the other domain, like using sensors for environmental monitoring to increase the sustainability, eco-friendly buildings like smart control for eco-friendly building. So this one is computing things, and this one is the other domain where you are applying. Similarly, smart control, where you are using computing, and then eco-friendly buildings. This is nowadays very recent topic. A lot of work is happening in this case, green data centers, right? So mainly what it is talking about, the existing cloud data centers should be operated on green energy, renewable energy, like solar panels and all that. So may not be 100%, but some smart system can be there that most of the time it is operated through green energy, right? So that is also one of the work, like sustainable hardware can be there, renewable energy can be there, integration of renewable and traditional energy resources can be there for data centers, so that data center is drawing power from the turbines or solar panels. Also, layout of data center, this is a different topic. It can be specified in such a way, it can be designed in such a way that total flow of air is high, it can be optimized, and it will ultimately reduce the cooling requirement. So all these things are also part of your overall domain of sustainable computing. Similarly, on software design direction also, there are a lot of obvious points. These are at the core of algorithms and software design to have more sustainability at the software level. Again, this is a very good topic of research, like reducing the data storage. Ultimately, you can design the algorithms where we need to reduce where we need to store the minimum data, right? Not that much of data, right? There are so many points to discuss in this case, right? Similarly, like define software components uses guidelines. If you recall component-based software development, in that it is useful. There should not be anything that you are keeping always on. Otherwise, it will be consuming energy all the time, right? Similarly, coding efficiency is one of the topic where Green Software Foundation is working upon. You can search about this work, Green Software Foundation work. They are also working a lot in the direction of code efficiency to increase the sustainable software development. Right, so that's about the very basic of sustainable computing. I just put up this point of Digital India in this direction just to like close the things on the basic discussions on sustainable computing. Nowadays, Government of India is having a very strong mission in the direction of not only sustainable computing, but many different directions. Digital India is a very big umbrella, right? So we have multiple projects from the Digital India umbrella of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So within that umbrella, nowadays sustainable computing is also a very active topic. And within that, National Supercomputing Mission has also happened. And its next phase is going to start very soon. And within that also, there is a large scope for sustainability and sustainable computing direction. So I really believe that if you go through the overall agenda of sustainable Digital India, you will find many project directions as well and funding directions as well in the domain of sustainable computing. Okay, so that's all for this our short discussion, and you are always welcome to discuss it in very detail. And I believe that during these 2 days you will enjoy many research papers. I have gone through the schedule. There are many works that will be presented in this direction. There are many dignitaries, many strong speakers who will put up a lot of light in this domain of sustainable computing. Thank you very much.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sandeep Kumar Garg. Thank you so much, sir. And I would say special thanks for sharing your thoughts and especially the ideas on research directions that we can take on sustainable computing solutions, and also on re-emphasizing the fact that at the end of the day, it is up to us, it is up to each individual to be more responsible, especially when it comes to consumption of resources. Thanks again, sir, for that, for sharing words of wisdom and for your inspiring words. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it's time now to take another short break, and I really mean short this time, to take a break from all the learning and networking. So join us for the much needed fuel on 3rd floor, same building. I'm talking about lunch. And we'll reassemble in the room sharp by 2 p.m. Thank you so much. You may proceed this way. Thank you.
Next keynote speaker, Dr. Bogdan Ghita, to joining us across the globe. Dr. Bogdan Ghita received his PhD in 2004 from University of Plymouth, UK. Bogdan sir, are you there? Okay. He is working as an associate professor in the Department of Security and Computer Networks at University of Plymouth and is associated with this university since 2001. He is also a member of CSCAN's Research Center, leading the networking area. His research interest includes network performance and security with over 200 journals and conference paper published. He was a member of TPC for over 100 international conference events and conference chair for the International Networking Conference events, guest editor on networks and security for MDPI Electronics, as well as reviewer of our IEEE communication letters, computer communication, and future generation computer system journals. He had successful past and ongoing research and development collaboration with France Telecom and Orange. He was involved in several EU projects as principal investigator and co-investigator as well as coordinator for a UK government-funded project on broadband performance measurement. He graduated 31 PhD students and over 100 MSc students and is currently involved in the supervision team of 12 PhD projects. He is joining us to share his thoughts on AI in cybersecurity. We welcome you, sir.
So, as the introduction mentioned, I'm an associate professor and associate international at the University of Plymouth. I published quite a few papers, examined a few PhDs. I'm also a fellow of the BCS and a senior member of the IEEE. I've been around for a while in the area of networks and security, so I accumulated all these. Okay, let's move to the actual subject of the presentation. So, let's look a little bit at AI. And when I first put together the presentation, I was my first thought is well, let me tell you a few things about AI. And this is something that it's a bit like football. Everybody knows something about it, but everybody's a bit I'm not sure. Quite a few people I haven't played, so I don't know quite how it works. So I thought I'll put a diagram just quickly to remind ourselves of the AI spectrum, if you want. So we've got the AI as an encompassing concept, and within it, most of the work that we're doing, not all the work, relates to machine learning. We're trying to build a way for teaching machines. I'm a bit reluctant to use the word how to think, how to learn, how to extract information. And within this, we've got the unsupervised and supervised learning. Unsupervised learning is basically when we don't have a desired outcome and we let the data group itself, and a significant part of that is clustering. Under supervised learning, we know the outcome and we're trying to get the machine learning, supervised learning to replicate that behavior. So that would be some sort of classification or regression. These also include the wider area of deep learning as we provide more and more complexity to that network. And of course, underneath, as we learn, we bring in not just the inputs, but also the time line. We also have reinforcement learning. And that's from a recent publication, not my publication, by Math in 2024. It's It's a quick review of the AI concept as a campus in quantum communication applications. Right. Why do we want to talk about AI? Because these days, I don't know whether to say fortunately or unfortunately, but AI is the answer to all questions. No matter what challenge we have ahead of us, AI seems to be the answer. Why? Because we can get the AI to replicate association from the information is given. So whatever group of information with some sort of dependency within it we present it, AI can learn these patterns and behavior. And obviously, everything sounds better these days when it's AI powered. So every company is very keen to add to their products. This is with AI. Everything seems to have an addition of AI. So we should be convinced that AI is definitely the answer. It's definitely something that works. So should we be cautious? And I think we should be. I mean, it's just, we have to bear in mind that AI is not always accurate, and AI needs data. So in order to have AI to learn a proper behavior, AI needs to understand that problem, needs to be presented with sufficient data in order to learn that problem, and it needs complete data. So if we're missing certain parts of the information, AI won't be able to replicate that. And ultimately, because we keep worried about AI becoming cognizant, AI does not think. So let's draw a line, at least at the moment. We might, if we can, in 10 years' time, at the conference we discussed. Do you remember back in 2024, I was thinking AI, I was telling you that AI does not think. Well, I take that back. It thinks now. But at the moment, it does not think. It cannot produce. It is not cognizant. It does have some representation of what other people, or what the information identifies relevant, irrelevant, good, bad, and so on, but it's not cognizant by itself. And it's surprisingly limited. So we've got the deep neural networks with 10 or hundreds of neurons, less than 10 layers. The LLMs, such as GPT, ChatGPT, GPT-3, GPT-4. GPT-3 has a few millions of neurons, and also transformers, which I'll mention later on, have got up to hundreds of millions of neurons. But anyway, below the capacity of a brain. And just a couple of examples. So the obvious one with the dog that's identified is 98% cat. And the more interesting one, where it's also to do with the way information is presented. So this is a experiment that circulated on social media a few months ago. It says if it takes 3 hours for 3 towels to dry on a line, how long does it take for 9 towels to dry? And the answer is, from ChatGPT, it takes 3 hours for 3 towels to dry. Then it would take 9 hours for 9 towels to dry. That's because drying time is directly proportional to the number of towels. Well, yes and no, because we're not drying the towels sequentially, and that's something that the prompt didn't, the information that the prompt didn't provide. Therefore, ChatGPT assumed, well, it's just 1 towel at a time, so 9 towels. So sometimes it's actually missing the extra level of understanding, but also it's very much dependent on the information is given, as I said, on the prompts is given. So a couple of examples, because if I just go quickly back to this diagram, I like what it says, but I didn't like the look of it. It looked quite bland. It looks like I wanted something more interesting, something more lively. So I need to do something. So let me get the help of ChatGPT to produce it. So I said, right, can you please produce a diagram, a Venn diagram with these terms? So this is what it did. So you can see you've got machine learning there on the right, and you've got, probably if you squint, you can see reinforcement learning, deep learning, all sorts of other types of learning. So it didn't work too well. Why? Because I didn't provide it enough information. I said, okay, right, let me try it another way. So why don't I actually say, right, don't worry about that. Don't generate it by yourself. Have a look something that is useless. So something that is very creative. So it went all the way to the other end of the spectrum when it says, okay, right, I'll create this video. This is, although it looks very pretty, it has no meaning. So it's created by DALL-E, and it's not, it's got at the bottom, it's got renewation. It's got all sorts of artificial intelligence several times on something, something. So lots of errors into it. So this is why we have to bear in mind that we shouldn't take artificial intelligence as an ultimate truth. You know, we need to trust it because it's a machine telling us. So it's got, no, if we're not providing it with all the information, it will lead to a wrong outcome, to put it in a nutshell. Okay, so if we go back all the way to history, so all AI is new. Well, no, it's not new at all. It's definitely not new. So if we go back as far as 1943, so now it's 81 years ago, a couple of guys, McCulloch and Pitts, sat together, one physiologist and one mathematician, and modeled a neuron. So they started to think, well, how can we replicate what's inside a neuron? How can we produce that? And they came up with a model in 1943. Later, 1975, it was the first multi-layer unsupervised network, so almost 50 years ago. So this is where unsupervised networks started appearing. Then, over in 1982, we've got bidirectional lines in neural networks. So John Hopfield at Caltech. Why was that important? Because it built up more feedback into it, so we're able to learn from it. And I'm putting here, each one of us are modeled by our upbringing. So the things that we learn, the things that we get used with, the things that teach us, model us, bring us to where we are. And for me, if I mention neural networks, the book by Simon Haykin, is probably one of the cornerstones. I mean, by all means, if you want to learn about neural networks, there are plenty of course, there are all sorts of AI for dummies and so on these days. But if you want to go to a book that is, I consider, if not the reference book, maybe at least a very good reference book. The Neural Networks by Haykin is a very good one. That was published in 1998. And just to give a bit of reference, in 1999, there was a movement that started about knowledge discovery and data mining, KDD, and there was even a conference called 𝐒𝐞_KDD. How do I know that? Because that was when I started my PhD, and KDD was gathering a lot of traction at the time. As it happened, my PhD was not necessarily related to AI. It was to extract as much information from a packet trace, from traffic as possible. So basically, what I said, so let me try to generate, this was back in 2005, so about 20 years ago, to estimate network performance using neural networks modeling. And it was a very simple sort of, I boosted it a bit here, but ultimately it was just a neural network with a pre-processing and post-processing before and after. So I think these diagrams are very interesting because it always sort of reminded me of how different things are. So I'll go, the top left one, we've got a very tiny diagram with the first diagonal, is the one that's generated using connections without losses simulated. So you can see that it's almost perfect, the diagram, the line, the one below it that is actually lower, that is being underestimated, is because there was an error in the transfer. So not a loss, just an error, and that was estimated wrongly. Then moving again to the top right, you've got also simulated environment, but using a packet loss. So you can see that the picture is a bit more fuzzy. Nevertheless, the two at the top are quite sort of relatively tidy and clear. At the bottom left is the one where you have the equivalent of the top left. So it's a connection, a set of connections that I was trying to model using without packet loss. So you can almost see a first diagonal. While the bottom right, which was going to be sort of, well, this has to be the ultimate proof, was the connections with loss in a real environment. And you can see there, it's quite messy. It's not very clear, it's not very accurate, so it goes sort of all over the place. So I wouldn't say that the experiment failed. Luckily, I got my PhD in the end from it, but the point is that it does have errors, and these errors, because of the limited amount of data that I had at the time, I couldn't replicate in my model, and I ended up misclassifying it, misestimating it. Okay, so why AI? What happened? So clearly it was back then. Why now sort of it exploded like that? Because essentially, as I was facing the problem back in 2005 and as many others were, there is now more computing power, there are more complex networks. So AI, machine learning, can replicate more complex behavior. And we don't even need, before that, there was a lot of struggle to pre-process the data, to adapt it to the input. Nowadays, you can feed almost information raw to the machine learning, and if it's complex enough, that machine learning will identify patterns. I've got quite a few of my colleagues, including one of the PhDs that I examined, that essentially decided to transform things like network traffic into an equivalent binary picture that would be analyzed by machine learning and produce patterns. So basically, it needs very little help. Also, it has the ability to learn complex behavior from data sets. It's excellent for environments with large amounts of multidimensional data, things like audio, image, video, and telemetry data. We've got lots of data from all sorts of systems, from cars, from planes, factories, patients, environments, road, appliances. All this data can be fed into a machine learning, into an artificial intelligence solution to to extract patterns. And it's easy to integrate. It's very flexible these days. It can be plugged into any sort of workflow. And it's got, if it has enough data, it will have a high accuracy. So for those of you that have looked at recent AI machine learning papers, they tend to be quite, accuracy is always higher than 90-95%. Okay, so why am I using AI in security and networking? Well, because it's my environment. That this is the security and networks is what I've been doing for the last 20 plus years, and I dare say it's a perfect environment for this. It's got lots of data, millions and millions of packets going in and out of a small network every day, thousands of alerts produced when an attack takes place. It's a noisy environment, noisy in terms of there are lots of things, unpredicted things, that there were variability. Essentially, at a macro level, the behavior is very complex and it leads a very wide spectrum of results. And it does have a bit of novelty. So over time, user behavior and interests change, the network dynamics change, and also the level of vulnerability change. So new vulnerabilities are identified, new threats appear, new attack vectors are developed. So everything, unfortunately, evolves from an intrusion side, from an attack side as well. Okay, so AI is good. We can't go wrong with AI. Well, it depends. So detection methods can become complacent. What do I mean by that? If you're feeding your machine learning a very reduced subset of data, it will learn only based on that. So if you imagine the universe of data being something a lot bigger, and you're teaching your machine learning only that, it will have no ability to extrapolate because it doesn't have that data. Also, luckily for now, we're not, malware on AI is limited. However, efforts have started already. So you might wonder, so what's with the picture of a snake on this presentation? Well, this snake, might not know it. If anybody in the audience knows it, I'll be very impressed. That snake, I didn't know it. It's a black mamba. And I put it because there was a Black Mamba was something that a group of researchers recently named their proof of concept polymorphic AI-generated malware. So let's remind ourselves, malware, in order to be detected, has to have a signature, a way of behaving, something in the code, a way of attacking, and that is detectable by an intrusion detection system, detectable by a malware analysis tool. However, if we actually add AI within malware, it will change itself, it will polymorphize itself every time it's regenerated. So there is no static, no fixed signature. There is a vague behavior, but there is no fixed signature. So as a result, basically, it can lead to to a malware that is virtually undetectable because it changes so much continuously that you won't, a typical analysis method won't be able to detect until the system is infected or until it's deployed its payload. Also, we're using more and more AI these days to actually identify threats and identify attacks. However, if you imagine if you've got an AI-powered defense being challenged by an AI-powered attack, essentially an AI-powered attack will know how what the defense looks for, and we can circumvent it. So a very simple example is that are slow attacks. So if you were to have in your intrusion detection system a threshold to say, well, if you send me more than 5 connections per second, that is an attack and I'll block it. So all the AI-powered attack needs to do is to send 4 connections per second, and that will never be detected. Also, it can provide variation between normal and abnormal patterns. So inject occasional abnormal behavior within a normal baseline. So essentially, AI can mimic and circumvent processes in a security operations center. Okay, so I give you a bit of an insight. There's just a few case studies, and these are based on the last 5 years of work. These are a few of the papers that I've published over the last 5 years. So, novel online incremental learning intrusion prevention system, approach to performance-based clustering and management of network traffic flows, machine learning approach to detect user suspicious behavior, keystroke pattern variability in virtual desktop infrastructure, anomaly detection and encrypted internet traffic using hybrid deep learning. If you look through them, they all include some sort of learning, deep learning, machine learning, clustering. So these are essentially all works that relate to various areas of machine learning / AI within the research. So I'll start with the earliest one, the incremental learning intrusion prevention system. And this is, if you want, is a combination of adaptive and reinforced learning. So what essentially we wanted to do, we've got a typical IDS or IPS that will look at the network, the intrusion detection system, look at the network, and will say, right, I've got a set of rules behind me, and I fix this because I know your network, and this is what's going to, the moment I see something abnormal, the moment I see something out of the ordinary, I launch the alarm. However, things change over time, and this is a very good example. I'm sorry, I can't annotate this, and I'm not sure whether you can see it. The blue line further to the left has got an accuracy of about 75–76%, something like this, while the red line at the right has got a similar accuracy, of maybe slightly bigger. The point that I'm trying to make is that as you feed it more samples, the learning IDS is actually getting better. And as it learns more and more, it will adapt itself. So more and more information added to it, it will get definitely to a better system. So if you compare the two on the right hand, yes, it's not a huge, it's not doubled, but its accuracy improves over time. And you can imagine as you provide more and more samples, this accuracy will keep improving. So an online, so-called online systems, feeding it with more case studies will be learning more have lots of challenges with encryption from a monitoring perspective. Encryption basically blocks everything, makes everything into a black box. So this is why we took a very different approach back then, back in 2019, 2020, and we looked at hybrid deep learning. So essentially we used a CNN layer plus some GRUs layers and a so-called dense layer to actually create a more complex neural network and learn from the traffic. Yes, the traffic remained encrypted, but we were able to extract more patterns from it. So we were able to make it more accurate in identifying issues within encrypted internet traffic. So, very basic. So if you look at the legacy intrusion detection services, so all you have is sort of packets entering and actually going through a standard rule-based system. In our case, we use the one-hot encoding and feature extraction network structures, followed by a comparison template. To actually, the comparison template would keep adjusting these over time to actually get, let's put it this way, a more accurate intrusion detection system, one that is able to deal even with encrypted traffic. Right, the next one, I would say it's perhaps trying to slightly mimic a human approach. So I don't know whether you've ever looked at malicious URLs. So it's something that a network analyst or a security analyst would do quite often. So the point is that a typical, I would say, a typical malicious URL would have a lot of strange parts in it. So it might be very long. It might have some slashes, it might have some tokens, it might have some underscores, some dots, might even have some extension files of .xt, .bin, .config.bin. And as you see those, more and more of those, you start thinking, oh, there is a problem. So this might be actually a malicious URL, whether it's one leading you to spam, whether it's one leading you to malware. Anyway, somewhere or another is trying to distract you from its purpose. So we replicated that into a machine learning algorithm to detect malicious URLs, and it went quite well. So if I can, okay. We had an accuracy of about, I told you about my accuracy, 96-97% in detecting malicious URLs. So we're trying to find out whether a URL can be detected just based on the number of slashes, bins, config bins, and so on. And that worked quite well, even down to identifying the type of malware, so whether it was phishing, spam, or generic malware. So that worked very well. Another one, and this is slightly off, if you want, where a lot of times these days when we connect to a machine, when we work with a machine, it doesn't tend to be a physical machine. It's a machine somewhere in the cloud. So it's a machine that would be running somewhere up there we don't have physical access to, which is great. It's what the future has in store for us. However, the problem is that with a remote machine like that, authentication becomes an issue. So when somebody tries to authenticate to it, basically if somebody tries to hack into it, it's a lot easier because it's they could enter username and passwords as many times as they want. They don't need physical access to it. So that's why a lot of them are based on monitoring behavior. So one of the typical approaches is to use keystroke or biometrics to detect. So if you look at the way keystroke works between different people, you would be able to identify the user based on the way they type. And you might think, no, all the people type the same. I always tend to take the most extreme example. I apologize for those parents that are different. Parents, I'm talking about our parents, tend to type in a very sort of, I wouldn't say aggressive, but very individual way, when they do, they type, I don't know whether you've seen a parent typing, it tends to be like this. They almost sort of try to sort of hit the key as high, as strong as possible with 2 fingers, and that's about it, with their 2 indices, and that's about it. I'm not a so-called touch typist, but I tend to use probably about 6 or 8 fingers when I type. Others might have a different pattern. Each one of us has got a different pattern. The point is, this is very easy to identify when you're in front of the computer. When you send the data across to the cloud, it's subject to network interference. So some of the keys might come closer together, might come further apart. So that whole sequence gets broken. So essentially, what we did was to have to play a bit with it, to introduce a bit of delay and variability and see what happens. And we looked not necessarily at algorithms detected, but the Euclidean distance to see how these keys, the spacing between those keys changes over time. And we've seen that the Euclidean distance does change, particularly when the competing traffic takes over the bandwidth. So basically something else runs in the background, and your keys, the way you type gets basically lost, gets almost forgotten. So that's why it's important, it's critical to find a way to review this and to find new ways of monitoring users. Okay, so I was telling you earlier about visual transformers, and one of the students that I had a couple of years ago wanted to play a bit with deepfake. And they did. Basically, we had a go at using visual transformers to detect deepfake. And just a quick description of how it works. Basically, you take the image. This is not the gentleman in the image does not have a blue face. It's just part of the pre-processing. So as part of the pre-processing, the certain parameters change and the colors change. The color spectrum changes, and that's why it came up with the blue face. Anyway, the image itself gets split into very small sub-images of 8 by 8 pixels or 6 by 6 pixels. We try both of them, and then they're being ordered and pushed into an AI by using a level of reinforcement learning, by using this visual transformer. So each one of these sub-images is actually learned together with the context around it. So they're not learned by it, they're not looked at individually. The context around it is being observed as well. So any imperfections in the way lines go together, any blurriness, any fuzziness, anything that might look out of the ordinary gets picked up. So did it work? Well, I did say earlier on that the accuracy is about 90-95%. Well, this one is just short of 90%. It's 89.9%, and I wanted to emphasize that. So we're close, but not there. So there were lots of issues with it, and very interesting issues. So we were dealing at the time. We were trying to run it on a typical computer, or even a computer with a GPU. Didn't quite have that, and we ended up running it on a Google Colab. For some reason, which really escapes me, I do not understand what's happened. We went all the way. So this is one of the early examples. We went all the way to load 80,000 images into it. It would start breaking up beyond 80,000 images. So it worked only up to about 80,000 images. Then the Google Colab will crash. Nevertheless, even with that, we got accuracy of about 89%. And you can see in the two diagrams, just to illustrate how the accuracy stops increasing after about, I can't remember, I think it was about 50 epochs, 40 or 50 epochs. And as you can see, you've got the orange line there, which is the test data set that doesn't increase anymore. Yes, the system allegedly keeps learning from the training data, but doesn't actually learn anymore, as demonstrated by the test data. It's kind of plateaus in there, because again, it should have more data to go with. And what can we do? Well, I think, because I was a bit reluctant when it came with a new wave of of AI came, I was like, oh, how do we approach it? Anyways, it's very easy. It's honestly very easy. So you've got two components to it. You've got the data set. So if you have a look at kaggle.com, there are plenty of data sets there. So I strongly urge you, encourage you, beg you to have a look in there. There are data sets about anything. Then software, well, I need some software. Very simple. There are so many examples of AI, of machine learning on GitHub. Even some of the data sets on Kaggle are actually linked to GitHub. So say, right, by the way, for this type of data set, you should try this method. And so, well, but I need the GPU, yes. So you've got Google Colab. They even have some freebies in there. So if you know, I can't spend any money on this, use the freebies. I thought the same to begin with, so I thought, don't worry, you just follow the freebies. And basically, 2 weeks later, the student was looking at how daily things were moving. So, okay, right. So we spent on these results in particular, we ended up spending about £5 to actually have them generated. We actually spent another £5 to actually get the data right, to get the Google. So altogether, probably about £10 to actually generate the paper, or generate the experiments and the simulations in the paper. So get the code from GitHub, get the data from Kaggle, put it on Google Drive or somewhere that Google Colab can use, start the machine on Google Colab, and just click run. And that's it. Literally, it's that simple. Right, I realize that my slot is kind of finished already, so I apologize for this slightly longer presentation, but I'd like to thank you very much. So if there are any questions, looking forward to them. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the audience? Thank you, sir, for delivering such an insightful thought. AI is no doubt transforming and revolutionizing the world. Your expertise not only shed light on, but also inspire us to think about the future of cybersecurity with new innovation and insight. Thank you, sir, for joining with us from across the globe, and we really appreciate for your valuable time. Thank you so much, sir. Have a nice day, sir. So now we will be starting with the technical session in 5 minutes, requesting all the presenters, the internal and the external session chairs, to kindly proceed to the 3rd and 4th floor. And the high tea will be served on 3rd floor around 4 p.m. And thank you, everyone. Please proceed from this way.